I do not have time for you!
And that's what you missed on Glee.
Hello, it is day 2 of March Madness, and I came in with such intense energy there, and I can't continue to match that. So, how's everybody doing this morning? It's another big work day. That's the whole point of March Madness. We're gonna try and do a full week of work days, except on Wednesday because that's the Trouble Stream, and also I have a hair appointment. Which is like a work day in of itself. Hardy, hard. Today, my big tasks are, love that I'm not speaking out loud. I need to organize my desk. I cleaned my apartment a lot yesterday. The one thing I didn't really do was organize my desk. That's how I'm going to start, because I always like to start my day with a bout of cleaning. I feel like it energizes me. Then I'm going to finish scripting my video for tomorrow. Then I'm going to film said video. Then I'm going to edit said video. Then I'm going to upload said video. I suspect that will be the majority of the work I need to get done today. I also have several emails I need to respond to, and I'm also having a call theoretically with a family friend that we still need to schedule, but was arguably for today, to like brainstorm marketing ideas for my book. So it's going to be a big day. Tell me everything you guys are planning on doing today. And speaking of you guys, let's say hello. Hello, Keiko. Hi. Just saw it pop up. Well, that's because I literally made the stream 5 minutes ago. So that's why you just saw it pop up. Oh, decline. Spam risk. We're going to put our phone on Do Not Disturb. Sorry. Do not disturb. Hello, Froggy. Hi, Grape. How are you? How is your faraway land? Are you having a good time? Is today the last day? Is today a travel day, or is today like the last hangout day? Hello, Monique. Hello. Kiko says, I have to wait for a call from work and can't leave. I'm sorry. Are they calling you on a landline? Or, I mean, yeah, I guess you don't want to be like out and about running errands or like on the train when work calls. So, good morning, cool gamer. Like the new profile picture. Looks like this profile picture is holding in a breath of air or some water. Kind of like that. Is this you? Or is this kind of like a Paris is not Zendaya moment? Let me know. I want to know. Grape is laughing at me. She says, having a great time. Today's both. Our flight is at 11:59 p.m. So we've got most of the day. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That is late. Keiko says, I wrote yesterday 9.5 words, was too tired for 588 more words. You killed it yesterday. Because remember, 10,000 was your stretch goal. 7,000 was your actual goal. So you wrote 2.4 thousand more than your actual goal for the day. You killed it. That's the only thing I want to hear you saying about yesterday was that you killed it, because you did. Manook says, my workday's almost over. Star eyes. Can't wait to get to writing. Excellent. Hope that you will join us for your writing. We discussed that. Hugh says, nope, my phone, but my supervisor rings like only twice and then hangs up, so I have to be quick. Oh. I'm just going to say this. That is my behavior when I know I need to make a phone call, but I'm really hoping the other person doesn't answer. And so I don't give them enough time to answer. I don't employ this tactic very often. But there have been times in the past where I'm like, I want this person to know that I called them, but I want to reduce the chances of them actually hearing their phone and picking up. So I want to show up in their missed calls, but I don't actually want to talk to them. That's a to ring then hang up kind of moment. I'm not saying your boss doesn't like his job or something like that. Or her supervisor rings like only twice. There's no pronouns there. I hope your boss enjoys their job, but that is avoidant behavior in my opinion, in my non-expert opinion. yes, everybody, we should all be giving a huge round of applause to Keiko that who had like an incredible day yesterday. So impressive, so exciting. It is always, I find, such a thrill when you end up having days like that because you really kind of see your actual potential. When I first joined AuthorTube and was watching all these people do like 5K days and 10K days, and I just, I'd never tracked before, so I just wasn't sure I'd ever. Ooh, my apologies, I'm still waking up. I don't think I'd ever hit that number before, and then my first nano that I competed in 2019, I think on like day 3 or 4, I was like, I really want to start nano off with a bang and do a 10K day. And it was like the most exhilarating day ever. When I got the 10K around like 5 p.m. I need to go back and watch that vlog, but yeah, I was kind of in shock, but also so excited. Sorry, Grape just commented something and I don't understand. I was just watching yesterday's stream while trying to be productive. Oh, well, now here we are. I think yesterday's stream was a bit chaotic. Did you get to the part where you invented a new holiday? Let me know. Also, I ended the stream with cooking something, and people seemed to enjoy that. So I think maybe today we might do something similar, but do it in the middle of the day as opposed to have it be like after the last sprint. Just because today I want to be cooking something really simple, which is just garlic, butter, soy sauce, mushroom reduction. So good. Delicious. So yeah. Keiko says, and the chapter is still not done. 80,000 words alone in that chapter. Wait, I'm sorry. What? No, 8.2. Yes, got it. I think Devesh is asking for me to give Keiko a Meryl for your achievement. I think this is how I'm interpreting this. So, weekly updates, where is it? Oh. Here we go. Meryl.
Yes.
Meryl.
Yes.
I did not mean to do it twice. Oh well, hold on. How do I get the happy thing back? There we go. My first NaNoWriMo, I did 50,000 in 1 week. Hyperfixation me is crazy. Oh my God. That is incredible. That is incredible. Yeah. The fastest I've ever heard of someone doing like a nano, not during the official nano, but the like standard of writing 50,000 words was Katie Ann when she wrote her first draft of Cruel Summer. I think she hit 50,000 words in like 14 days. So yeah, you beat her by 7. That is impressive. Froggy says, yes, I did get to the new holiday and I'm 100% here for extra holidays. Excellent. Good. I'm glad that I understand what you were trying to ask of me. Let's see. For that many words, Keiko deserves 2 Meryls. Okay, good. Okay, yeah, that is true. Maybe what is the like exchange rate? Is 2 Meryls a hell yeah? Or is it like still like can you never stack them up enough to reach the next level? Is it kind of a diminishing return thing where each one is worth a little less than the previous one and so thus you'll never get up to the next one? Or is there like an exchange rate? Because I love the Taylor Swift nice, the double nice, the nice, not the nice noise. Very important difference. And if I could, trade in, like a hell yeah or something else for like 3 nices, I would choose that every time because the nice is so nice. Manuka is a machine. Yes. But Keiko, hold on. You wrote 9.4. Not again, I'm not encouraging this behavior, but just to prove a little something to you. If you did what you did yesterday for the next 7 days, you would be at 66,000 words. So you have it within you to be writing at that kind of pace. Now, granted, I'm not telling you to do that. I don't think it's actually healthy to do that. But, is it healthy to run 100 kilometers, in 24 hours? No, but people do it all the time, like year round. That's a thing people do because if there's one thing humans are going to do, we're going to push ourselves to our absolute limit to see what we're capable of. Yeah. Look, that's not what we're discussing here. We're not discussing good words. We're just discussing, the drive that it took you to write 50,000 words in 7 days. It's just, yeah. Hi, welcome, Becca. I don't know if you were here yesterday, but it is March Madness. It's March Madness Day 2. It is also March Madness, the first Monday of March Madness, which means I feel like today's the real start of the event. I mean, yesterday totally counts, but we're really hunkering down today. Not that we didn't hunker down yesterday, but I don't know. Mondays are just so serious. So today's a serious day. We're going to be doing sprints. It's going to feel very similar to a Wally Smo work day, except now it's under the brand of March Madness, as is the tradition for the Discord. Kira says, update on the work call. I have to go to work in an hour. So I have to get ready and eat dinner because I can't eat until 9 p.m. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay. So get ready and eat dinner. And with that, I think we're going to go into our first sprint. I had meant to get us sprinting during at the 30-minute mark. My bad. It's me. I'm a chatterbox. Please forgive me. Like I said, today is going to be this first sprint is going to be a cleaning sprint for me. I'm going to organize my space. Maybe depending on the length of the sprint, I'm going to put away my dishes that I washed last night that are in the dishwasher and, just tidy up so that way every other task today will feel easier to me because I'm in a nice, happy space. Granted, this could end up giving us a 4-minute sprint, in which case I will maybe go to the bathroom and get some water. I am channeling Kate Kavanaugh today in the same way that I channeled her yesterday. We're going to be using a D60 to determine our sprint time. And we will also be using the Hex Libraries timers. So just to get everybody set up in their expectation for what's going to be happening today. All right, here we go. It's going, giving a lot of rolls. Oh, okay. That is a 48-minute sprint. That is such a solid first sprint time. I'm going to get that set up. 48 minutes is so perfect actually to get, basically, I feel like I can get all my cleaning and then some done. Hexed hourglass. So that's fantastic. We're going to do the Spooky Woods timer because why not? And we're going to go down all the way to 48. And we're going to present share screen. And we're going to go full screen. And hello, Ashley. Welcome. Yes, you did get here just in time. All right, everybody. Happy sprinting. It gets me every time. Every time it gets me. We had some people pop in. Grayson, hello. Hope your writing retreat is going fabulously. Hope you guys didn't make yourselves sick off garlic bread last night. I apologize for any noises in the background. I ran my dishwasher. So I emptied my dishwasher and then ran my dishwasher. Such is the cycle of life. Niamoon is popping in for a sprinter too. Welcome, welcome. Oh my, Jesus Christ is here with us, child of God. Well, I guess there are lots of children of God, either Jesus or Percy Jackson. Those are the only two. No, child of God is here with us, popping on to get some outlining done. Welcome. I hope that we provide a place for you in which you are able to tap into your creative well and get as much work as you'd like to get done. And Wendy is here with us. Hello, welcome. Yes, I said I was going to spend that 48 minutes cleaning, and that's exactly what I did. I kind of adjusted my kitchen, which again, I feel like I'm a broken record at this point, but I always say that I try to go to bed with a clean kitchen. So that way, when I wake up, I have a clean kitchen. The past couple of months, I've been struggling with this rule. So last night was another exception night where I went to bed with like a mess. So woke up, cleaned that. Then I've been working on organizing my desk area. It is much more manageable now. And I was also going through some receipts because now I have to keep track of my writing expenses because technically, now that I'm going to be published, they are technically considered a business expense. And so I can arguably write them off of my taxes. So I bought a whole bunch of like writing supplies, office supplies at Staples last week. And I was entering that into a spreadsheet at the very end of the sprint. So what did everybody else do? Wendy says, I went to find some focus music, but was instantly distracted by Ryan Gosling's Oscar performance. I know. I was debating between that, like him in the center of all of the men with the like ties in that pink suit. I was debating between that picture versus the Dune picture for today's thumbnail. And maybe Ryan Gosling's I'm Just Kim performance might be making an appearance this week. In fact, it might be, I don't know whose stream it is on Wednesday, but that might be what people choose to do, is like some form of Oscars joke. Becca wrote another new scene for the rom-com. Love it. I'm so excited. How is it going? How is the rewrite? How are you feeling? Give us all the details that you feel like giving. Manook said, I only wrote 213 words, but the ones I wrote have me giggling and kicking my feet. That is amazing. That is amazing. That's like, I love it when you get into such a groove when writing that you just start entertaining yourself, you know? And it just, I feel like at that point it becomes almost effortless. Because it's like your subconscious is telling your conscious a story. So it feels consciously like you're not doing any of the work. It's great. Oh, about the thumbnail. Well, we'll see. I'll see if I can convince the others to do it. And if they aren't interested in doing that on Wednesday, then maybe I'm Just Ken will be making an appearance. Still have not seen Barbie. That's my fun fact of the day. I've been in a weird thing where I just haven't been watching new movies other than Dune 2. I've really been retreating to old media that I find very comforting. So, last summer, I definitely wasn't going to see Oppenheimer. And actually, it's a miracle I was able to watch Dune 2. I was thinking about that last night. But yeah, because like Oppenheimer was so tied in with like Barbie, for some reason I was like associating the two. And I was just like, I don't want to see either of them. So yeah, I don't know if literally nobody cares about that actually. Child of God said, finally made it to the Act 2 part of that lining. How is that going for you? And what is your process as an outliner? Do you know how the story ends and then kind of build backwards? Or do you know how the story starts and build forwards? Do you have snapshots of this like moments throughout the story and then fill in around those? Do you use any particular craft book? Like, do you follow a guide, or do you just kind of go based off of vibes? I just threw a ton of questions at you, but I would love to know the answers. Becca says, I've added almost 20,000 words. It's so much better. Your feedback helped me shape it so much. I'm so glad. I am so excited to see the next iteration of it. I love the concept. I really enjoyed the execution last time. I'm excited to see how it flourishes into the next draft. Again, guys, like, Becca is such a powerhouse. I'm sure everybody here knows, but just in case not, she's currently doing an experiment that she has done in the past where she publishes a book in 90 days. And when I say that, I mean it goes from drafts it for the first time, a round of betas, edits, revises, another round of betas, marketing, book cover design, everything published in 90 days. I think the only difference this time is that it's 90 work days. I don't know if that was what it was last time. So she's taking the weekends off for mental health and like physical health purposes. We support this. And it's like the coolest experiment ever. And when I read the first draft, I was in her first round of beta readers. And when I read the first draft, I was like, I cannot believe this is a first draft. It felt so much more than just a first draft. Like, I could clearly see the concept. There were just places that needed like highlighting. And like diving into, you wanted to focus on more moments. So I'm so glad. I'm really glad it's going well. Do you have are you on schedule? That's my next question. And are you willing to talk about that? And if you're not, don't answer the question. Child of God says, honestly, outlining is rough because I've discovered I'm a bit of a pantser. So I've been trying to use different things for years, but I think I'm finally finding my groove. Yeah, here we go. Continuing the thought, I'm kind of a planter, so I struggle without an outline, but struggle to write one. I see what you're saying. You struggle without an outline, but you struggle to actually write the outline. I use Save the Cat, but also a bit of 4-act structure. I kind of am pantsing ideas and am now mind mapping in order. Yeah, I started off as a pantser, and I feel like when I am pantsing, that is when I can... Well, I was about to say that's when I write really fast, but I actually don't know if that's true because, okay, for example, the very first novel I ever wrote, the very first manuscript I ever completed, I got about 100 pages in between January and August because I had a deadline for like the 12th of December for specific reasons we don't need to get into. And so I obviously wasn't taking it very seriously for the first half of the year because my deadline felt so far away. And then I went to that semester in college and was so bogged down with like science classes that writing was my creative outlet. And I finished the book like in 3 months after that. So we had really slow, really fast, totally pantsed, other than like vaguely knowing how it was going to end. And then but because I pantsed it, there were numerous plot holes. I mean, just embarrassing. That first draft is embarrassing, truly. I think I actually deleted the very first draft of that off of my old computer because I just did not want a record of it. So it took me years to fix it. And even after fixing it, it never got into a shape where like I was confident with it, even though I ended up going on submission with it. Yeah, I just was never confident with it. So, but on the flip side, I fully outlined this book is for October, and I was able to write that actually fairly quickly. But then, so I thought at the time, wow, okay, so fully outlining is the way to go for me. But then I fully outlined another project and then completely have writer's block on it, which I know people have like different opinions about whether or not writer's block is legitimate or not. But in my personal experience, it's legitimate. Anyway, Becca says, thank you. Cora now has a husband of 30 years and a 19-year-old daughter, Maisie. I'm kind of in love with Maisie. Her and Hazel's relationship is adorable. I love that. Cutting it close, but I should make the deadline to give to the editor. I believe in you, Becca. I believe in you. I really do. If anybody can do it, you can do it for sure. Okay. So next sprint, what are our intentions? I'm asking myself this. I know I want, like I said, right at the start of this stream, I know that I want to finish scripting my submission like process vlog video. I want to film it and edit and upload it all today so that way it publishes on my channel tomorrow, because I'm trying to maintain a Tuesday, Thursday upload schedule. So I really want to do that. But I know I've got some scary emails in my I've got some scary emails in my email inbox, and I feel like this next sprint I should focus on those, just because I'm Mountain Time. A lot of people I'll be emailing are Eastern, so it's already halfway through the workday for them, and it's like 12:30 for them. And I feel like if during this next sprint, you guys are just seeing my thought process of me like convincing myself to do this. I feel like if I focus on responding to the emails in the next sprint, then they get that response from me today, versus if I put it off till like 3:00 my time, their workday is over, and so it'll be like a full extra day delay for them. So that's my intention. Next sprint is emails, scary emails. Sprint after that is finish the scripting of the video, plus edit some of the vlog footage I already have. Can kind of do two birds, one stone. Then the sprint after that will be to film the video. And then I think the sprint after that, I'm actually going to go for a swim. If you can tell, I'm wearing my swimsuit right now. Sorry, you guys are really getting my whole roadmap for the day, and you're going to need to keep me on track. I'm like, what did I say I was going to do this sprint? No, you don't need to do anything. I am capable of policing myself. Swim, and then I feel like swimming will be a great way of like just getting up and getting movement for the day. I will not be filming myself swimming. I'll go off camera for that. But we'll still have it be like a 30-minute sprint, so I can go for just like a quick 20 minutes swim and then come back. Then I can start like actually doing the full edit of the like sit down scripted part and the vlog footage. And I really think it's going to work out. Grayson is asking, how did the orange desserts turn out? Let me tell you, I had one of them, like one of the tiny ones last night, and it was really good. So I ended up having one of the bigger bowls that I made as well, because I wanted to reserve the like tiny ones for the Instagram post. They're not, I would make changes. For anybody who doesn't know, I cooked yesterday live on stream, and I was going to do that again today, but now it kind of sounds like the day is pretty maxed out. But I kept getting these Instagram reels about people who would take clementines and cut them in half and then make these like clementine, almost like pot de cremes, and put the custard type thing inside the empty clementine skin so that they were like little pots, and they were just so delightful and cute. And I really wanted to try them, and they were super simple to make, really, truly very simple. I would add way more clementine juice. I feel like the clementine flavor was equally matched by the flavor of the like cooked heavy cream, which was very buttery. And I don't want to say savory, but like savory in comparison to the tartness of the clementine. They weren't tart enough is my argument. So you're supposed to use 3 clementines for this whole thing. I would probably use 6. I would probably double the clementine juice, but that is one of the things I will be doing probably during one of the, if there's a smaller sprint, I will set up and I will take pictures of the clementines as they are and post to my Instagram for cooking, which is Bellissimo Cooks, if anybody is interested. Regarding outlining, Becca says that happens to me too. Sometimes I do extensive outlines and then nothing. Ha ha ha. Yeah, okay, let me say this. Okay. Writers that I have met, I feel like fall into many camps. We're all very nuanced people, but typically I find people who either love drafting and don't love editing, or don't love drafting but love editing. I fall into the don't love drafting but love editing portion. Like, editing is my favorite thing to do. Here's the thing though. The one thing I do enjoy about drafting is the discovery of it, right? Like, drafting is really hard because you're having to constantly battle this idea of like, oh, it doesn't need to be perfect, but you still want it to be perfect because it doesn't feel quite right. And if you get something not quite right at the very beginning, then that could radiate out to really messing up where the story was meant to go and all that stuff. And I feel like doing heavy outlines can take the joy, the one joy that I do have, out of drafting, which is just getting to tell myself the story, right? Of like what is going to happen next. And oh my gosh, so crazy that I like wrote this random sentence at this point and then it ended up being foreshadowing for something bigger down the line, right? Like that's one of my favorite things about drafting is when that happens. And I feel like for Project HR, the one that I wrote this like really extensive outline for, I feel like I told myself the story in the outline. And so there's no incentive like emotionally, creatively for me to actually draft it, because the only incentive is to like then eventually get to editing, which I think would be more fun. But I also think I put way too much pressure on that project's shoulders. I had pitched it to some people and they were like, wow, this feels really literary. And that really went to my head. I was like, oh my God, literary. Oh, like what do I do with that? And then, so I felt like every time I was writing a sentence, I was like, oh, this isn't literary. This is genre, which, you know, like I said, Tabitha was like the fastest book I ever wrote because writing genre is so much fun. So that's my kind of mini thesis on that. I don't even know if I had a thesis statement, but it's fine. Child of God says, writing is just rough in general sometimes. I can't seem to finish drafts because I run out of ideas, which is why I need an outline, but it's so hard for me to do outlines. We're getting there though. I think this sprint, I'm going to have to go watch that Academy Award video. That's fair. If it's a longer sprint, I might try and go to the UPS store to return my AT&T router from my last apartment. Oh, that was not my laundry. My dishes are done. If you just heard that high-pitched beep. Yeah, returning the router was so weirdly an annoying task for me the last time I moved. Luckily, my current apartment complex, it's like got a deal with an internet company. And so all the routers are just like built into the apartment. So you don't have to rent the equipment. You could get your own internet if you wanted, but I felt like it was a pretty good deal for some like really good internet speeds. So I just went with the apartment internet, and it's so much nicer than having to like rent a router and deal with an internet company. So I enjoy it. Becca says, just looked at the map and the UPS store is right next to the Starbucks. I'm thinking I might treat myself. Manuk said, I love drafting when I'm editing and love editing when I'm drafting. Oh, such is the folly of man, of humanity. Grayson says, I need like gutter walls when I'm drafting. Not too much, but berries to keep me on track. Oh, like bumpers, like for bowling. Is that what you mean? That's funny. Gutter walls. I love that as a phrase. Manuk says, what works for me lately to keep the spark alive is giving me chapter or singles, but not put too many details about what actually happens. That's what I still get to discover. Yeah, I think for me, I have what I call my silly little goofy books, and then I have what I call my decade projects. And the silly little goofy books, which are, it's like this book's for October, I feel like I can really bang those out because the intention of those, there is a plot, but the intention I had for this book for October was to dive into an aesthetic. And that was such a fun exercise for me. My decade books, the books that I say take me about 10 years to write, I feel like, again, I just put way too much pressure on their shoulders. And I also feel like I'm diving into either a major anxiety that I personally deal with, or a like big philosophical question that I have about the world, or, you know, like processing past trauma. That's a big one. So in recent days, in recent weeks, actually, I've become re-inspired by my like tornado chasing book that I wanted to write. And that one is kind of like everything combined, because I'm processing the trauma of living through my house getting hit by a tornado, my neighborhood getting destroyed. It's also incorporating my like upsetness over not getting into graduate school for science, and like kind of the tornado is a metaphor for that, right? But it's also a dive into the aesthetic of tornado chasing, but also the main character, who is probably the biggest self-insert I've ever had. She's like a satire of myself, right? So it's a dive into my own aesthetic, which is really interesting. And I think that's why I've been re-inspired, because I've kind of allowed myself to be like, I I can approach stories that have big philosophical questions, that have processing trauma, and I can still make them a good time. Like that, I think was a little bit of a revelation for me, because Heliacal Rising as it is right now, dealing with a lot of philosophy, it's not really a good time. The kind of little snippets I've been writing for Tornado Blondes have been hella fun. So I think that might be my distinction, is that if I'm gonna, especially in the first draft, maybe eventually I can pull it back and make it not so goofy, silly, campy. But in the first draft, I think I need to genuinely be having a good time when writing a story in order to get it done. So I have no idea if what I just said made any sense. That was the ramble of all rambles. And with that, it's 10:43, which would put us starting another sprint right around the 3/4 mark. So we're going to roll again. What did I say my intention was? It was to send scary emails. Okay. I really accept any length of sprint for this one, because in fact, I kind of almost want a shorter sprint because, if it's like 5 minutes, I can open the email and read it, and then we can chat for a second. I can take a breather, and then we can, dive into another sprint and I can respond. Or it could be a long sprint and I can just do all those things within the context of the long sprint. So we're going to roll. We've got, what is it? Okay. So it's a decent size sprint. Wow. We're getting big boys today. It's a 45, doing a 45-minute sprint. Classic. Like truly a classic sprint time. We're going to use the Crystal Zodiac timer from the Hexed Hourglass. 45. We're going to do 45:04 just to, because it wouldn't. Hold on. Share. There we go. Is everybody seeing that? I think it is. Before we start, Wendy says, I think it totally makes sense. I think it's normal to want to have fun writing. Yep. Yeah. Because it's such a huge effort. I feel like it's a rare breed that like just wants to suffer, for the length of time that it takes to write a book, right? So I'm just sitting here waiting for it to become 10:45. What's the point in that? Let's just get started. Happy sprinting, everybody. Thank you, Neon Moon. I will. Guys, sorry for that really oddly timed sprint. Somebody called me at like 20 minutes before the sprint ended, and so I thought we had time, and then it was an awesome instructive call, because it was a family friend helping me figure out some marketing strategies for the book. So but it was super fun, and I didn't want to rush off, so I extended the sprint. Hope that was okay. I read a scary email, responded to said scary email, read another email, responded to that email, started drafting another email, and then received a call. So let's see, it's 11:35. I'm trying to think, like, what's my strategy here? I also, in one of the emails I sent, it was an email to my editor, and I am currently, as I have been discussing, I'm currently scripting my submission journey video. And I had a lot to talk about with my editor, but one of the things I discussed was I was asking for permission to mention certain things just because, like, it's private conversations between us, and I wanted to make sure that, like, it's totally innocuous what I want to mention. At least I feel like it is, but I just want to make sure that my editor is comfortable with me sharing that information. So I'm gonna wait until what am I doing? I'm going to wait until my editor responds to me regarding all that before I actually film the video, which is a bit of a risk because there's no, like, my editor's very good at responding to me in a timely fashion, but it's already like 1:30 on the East Coast, so there's no guarantee that she'll actually respond today. Which would be totally fine. And maybe I could just film the video, and then if she responds tomorrow and it's like, yes, totally fine with it, I can include it in the video. And if she's not okay with it, then I can edit it out, and that can be that. All right. Yes, marketing. I'm getting all the marketing advice because, I've been making YouTube videos for writers. I have yet to intentionally create content with the idea of bringing in a massive audience in order to market something. That's kind of a foreign concept for me, so I needed help. And luckily, I have many people in my circle who are educated in that process. So Becca says, almost finished with the new scene. How's it going? Are you happy with this new scene? How are you feeling? What percentage of the way into the book are you? That's what I want to know. Child of God. Moved on to outlining Act 3 instead of 2 because 2 is just so hard. Oh my gosh, I feel this. NaNoWriMo 2019, I won because I wrote 50,000 words. But about I'd have to go back and watch. I did daily vlogs that NaNoWriMo, which that was right when I started my YouTube channel. So when I say they are of a certain quality, I do not mean that as a compliment to myself. But I was hitting this wall, and I recognized I was hitting this wall, and I was like kind of floundering and just making one scene really, really long because I didn't want to continue on to the next one because I knew what I felt needed to happen, but I was not sure how to write it at all. And then I just got an idea for a scene that basically happened at the beginning of the third act. And I was like, it's NaNoWriMo. I'm just going to skip the middle and I'm just going to go. And that was the right strategy in terms of trying to get 50,000 words because I then was able to move forward and get, 50,000 words. But it was not the right strategy in terms of honoring the book because and I'm not saying you've done anything wrong because you're outlining. This is when I'm drafting. When I was drafting, I had no idea who the characters were at this point, right? Because it's Act 3, and I know theoretically they've gone through some really intense things happening in Act 2, but I didn't write it. I wasn't there with them. And so I didn't know, really, I couldn't feel intuitively how those Act 2 experiences had affected them in Act 3. So I ended up, even though I won Nano, I ended up getting major burnout and major writer's block. And then that's the story that I then went and sat down and did a huge outline for, and ended up telling myself the whole story. And I really liked the story. But now I'm like, well, now I don't need to write it because I've told myself the story. So it's so sad because I really love that story and I really want to share it and like explore my thoughts and share it with the world. But say lovey. Becca says, I'm adding scenes in between Hazel's montage of bad dates with Cora right now, LOL. So we'll get to see more of Hazel outside of her house and more of Cora's work. Oh, I love that. I love that. The montage was one of my favorite parts. Like the montage at the very beginning, like when you say bad dates, are you saying the ones that like from the apps? You say from the dating apps. Let me know. Okay. 11:40. Let me check my email just to see if, because my brain is like, okay, next sprint we script. But then I'm thinking, well, I can't script if I don't have my editor's approval. But now I'm realizing I can. I can go ahead and I can still script it as if she's given me her approval. And then later, if she's like, please don't mention some of this stuff, then I can edit it out. Even if, like, if she emails me while I'm scripting, then I can just delete it. If I film the script, I'm so rambling. And then she emails me after, I can edit it out of the video. That's what I've been trying to say. Let me check my email. Oh, I drive myself silly sometimes. Let's see. Oh, we have email. But it's from my agent. It's not from my editor. But anyway, so we will be answering that during the next sprint. Should we aim for something long or short? Okay. Think definitively my next sprint is I'm still going to be responding to emails, and then I will continue scripting my video. I think that's solid. And I really think any length of sprint will do. Yes, Becca is at the dating app place. I know I really do believe that she'll be totally fine, because when I say the things that I am going to be including in the video are just compliments that she gave me the first time that we called. And actually, now that I'm saying this out loud, I don't even know why I'm thinking I need to script this, because this is all in vlog footage. I actually have all of this in vlog footage. So it would just be about whether I included that vlog footage or not. So that's really easy to consider. But I am of the belief that even if you're sharing something positive on the internet, if it's about yourself, do whatever you want. If it's about someone else, I truly believe, and even though I have like violated this boundary in the past, but I work very hard to not share things about people on the internet without their permission first, because I just think that's good form. I think, yeah, I don't need to go off on a whole spiel. That's a personal standard that I set for myself. So it's kind of a treat others how you want to be treated thing. Cause I would want people, if I had said something, or if I had exciting news, or et cetera, even if it was all positive, one of my friends wanted to talk about it online, I would hope that they would ask me first if it was okay. I hope that they would extend that like grace to me. So this is also true. We're trying to build a good rapport with her. We're still in the like honeymoon phase, but I want to demonstrate to her that I respect her online versus offline boundaries. So yes, Lynn, you're right. I hope my editor will appreciate that I asked. Okay. 43. Let's go for, it's the 43-minute mark is what I'm trying to say. Let's go for another rolly sprint. We've gotten 2 really big sprints, and I was about to say that probably means we're about to get a short sprint, but that's not how probability works. That's not how probability works at all. Every time I roll this dice, if it's a balanced dice, it might not be perfectly balanced, but every time I roll this dice, no matter what has been rolled in the past, it has the same chance of rolling every single number as it has always had. So, this is a D60. I do have a D100, but I feel like the D60 is my sweet spot. I did not send I didn't send my editor flowers. I sent my agent flowers when I signed my contract, and just with, like, a note that said, "Thanks for making my dream come true," and stuff like that, just to be nice because, you know, couldn't have done it without an agency. Um, but yeah. Uh, oh, right. Thank you. Maybe because it's a D60, I'm assuming? Anyway, let's try it out. It's already the 45-minute mark. Trust me to be able to talk fast. Oh, wow. It's a 57-minute sprint. We're just getting you know what? The dice gods just want us to work. You better work, bitch. Anyway, we're going with the Halloween witch timer from uh the hexed hourglass. Share screen. 57 minutes, 3 seconds. Happy sprinting, everybody. Every time it freaks me out. Boom. Laura, I have been wanting to address this since you posted it like 30 minutes ago. Hello. Oh my gosh. In my dream last night, I got an agent for Seeds of Doubt, told everyone, then realized I had hallucinated getting an agent and was still in the query trenches and had to fess up. This is so iconic. Like, this is just true author in the trenches behavior. When you're literally dreaming about it, that's how but here's my thing. I think this is the moment before it all begins. Do you know what I mean? Like, okay, for example, making this about myself because it's my stream and I'm the only one here. This whole day have been like getting ready to prep to start scripting my submission journey video. And then during this last sprint, I was re-looking at old footage I had on my camera, and I realized that I had a whole day of vlogging where I was like, hey, I'm on submission and I'm going crazy about it. I literally woke up from a dream and was like, submission, right? Like, it was at my most desperate hour that I started vlogging a video about how I was trying to get myself through submission, right? Where you were dreaming about it. It was like you were obsessing over it, thinking over it. That was November 2nd. I got the news that I had an editor call on November 6th, 4 days later. 4 days later, which, by the way, that's what I did this sprint. I've been watching all my old footage and realizing I don't even really need to script a video other than just like a general intro and like some tie together things, because I actually have all the footage I need, and it's going to be like a proper vlog. And I'm really excited because now I don't have to script as much. Although I like scripted a whole bunch yesterday, but I think I mentioned this yesterday that it was more like a journal exercise of me remembering all of my emotions and things all through my submission process. So what I'm trying to say, Laura, is that I think this is a sign. I'm being so serious. I'm not just trying to be like a hype woman right now. I think this is a sign, because it's like you instinctually know that the tide is about to turn. Like, your subconscious knows that the tide is about to turn. I'm not trying to like get your expectations up. But I think this is a sign. Anyway. Yeah, it's manifesting, but like, I'm being so for real about it. I'm being so for real. Yes, that was quite a chunky sprint. I was very productive that sprint. Like I said, watching a lot of old footage, but I also emailed back my agent and updated both my agent and my editor about the marketing call that I had just had. And then it was mainly watching the footage that I thought I had and starting to edit it and like figuring out how I was going to fit my script around it. And that's when I was like, oh, I thought I had a clip for this one moment. And then I was like going back through my phone and I was like, wait, what are all these clips? And so now I'm like, this vlog is going to be totally different. So, which is great. You know, it's going to be more vloggy, which I think will be fun, rather than just me sitting down talking to the camera. Child of God finished outloading Act 3. Oh my God, that's huge. That's huge. And now I have to work on the dreaded Act 2 or Act 4. Yeah. Here's my advice. Obviously, you know yourself, you know your work, do what works for you. But based off of what I was saying during the last break, I would suggest really try your hardest to get through Act 2, because I think it's really important to understand what your characters will have gone through in order to make Act 4 make sense. That's my advice. Do what feels right to you, but that's my advice. And if there's any way that you can make it fun for yourself to kind of like trick yourself into doing it, like I said, I'm a big proponent of the little treat. You know, if you want to put on a playlist that you love, or a playlist that fits the vibes of your story as you're doing Act 2, or like envisioning the scenes, or, you know, I don't know, just try making it like fun for yourself. Cause I know you can be really, not you, but like people, the collective you, it can be very stressful and difficult to be creative when you are facing something that has been stressing you out. And that's my point on that. Neon Moon says, maybe start with Act 2. Yeah, okay. We're on the same vibe wavelength. Always find the final story climax hardest to write, but easier when you know to find the other parts of the story. Exactly. And Child of God says, true. Act 2 is honestly the hardest for me, though, because I don't know why it's so hard. I think maybe it's because that and the third act is the bulkiest. So yeah, that's fair. I'll probably try to do Act 2 first because I also just need to suck it up and do it. Here's what you could do. You could do a fast brain dump Act 4 of like, this is where I feel like it should go. And then now that you have the roadmap, roughly, you can go back to Act 2, do your in-depth outline for it, and then go back to Act 4 again and be like, okay, like they feed off and inform each other, right? You have the idea of how you want the book to end. You now in Act 2 build towards that ending, but then within your work of Act 2, if you figure it out and you understand better, then you can go back to Act 4 and change the ending to better reflect Act 2. Does that circular logic make sense? Anyway, I feel it, Laura. I feel it right here. I feel it right here. Wendy says, I got stuff done on the outline, but also got distracted by my printer and then threw in a load of laundry. What happened by your printer? I just set up a new printer, so I'm all like in printer mode right now. Give us the printer details. Okay, it is 12:48. I'm feeling like I could do a little lunch. Maybe like make myself like a Cobb salad. That would be delicious. That would be so good. I don't have any boiled eggs though, I just realized. But I feel like depending on the length of the sprint, I could boil an egg. I feel like I'm just laughing again at my own stream of consciousness. What I was about to say was, I feel like I should always have 2 cartons of eggs. One that is boiled, because I always want boiled eggs with stuff. I either want to put it in my ramen, I want to put it in salad. I just want like a boiled egg with some salt on it as a little snack, and then 1 carton of like non-boiled eggs. But boiling eggs is like such an effort to me. I don't know why. From like a cooking perspective, I do more in-depth cooking all the time, but boiling eggs is like, for some reason, that's the task that I'm like, ugh, why are you making me do this? So I think the next sprint is going to be a lunch sprint. I will make my lunch, and we're going to say it's a food sprint specifically. I will make my lunch. I will boil some eggs. And I will also take pictures and do all the content stuff over the clementine cups that I cooked yesterday, and then I'll upload that to Instagram. Thank you, Madison. Also, hi. Have you been commenting? No. Hi. How are you? I will get my food, don't worry. Becca says, I want to set up my printer, but can't find its power cable, LOL. I still haven't entirely unpacked though. Yeah, that's fair. Unpacking is such a process. Like getting a house to feel unpacked. I feel like moving into this apartment, I was such a workhorse, and I was like buying furniture, moving boxes, unpacking everything. But I really think it was like a full 6 weeks before I was like, okay, now everything left is they're just like little projects for little bits of improvement. And it's not like, doesn't feel like, oh, it won't feel real until X, Y, and Z is done. I think it took about 6 weeks for it to feel real to me. Wendy says, it acts like it's printing, but then the page comes out blank. There's ink and it was printing yesterday. That is a mystery. The only thing I can think of is your printer subscription based, and is the ink the right kind of ink for the printer? Because Steve and I were talking about this yesterday, but I'm pretty sure the printer I just bought will make itself stop working if I don't buy ink from the company that makes the printer. And it will like make itself stop working if, I do like other things that are against its terms of service. Like it's like so rude, but whatever. It's just a printer. It's like not that deep, but also it's annoying. So are you following the contract of your printer agreement? Maybe it's like intentionally not working because you've made it bad. You've made the printer mad. Lynn says you can boil more eggs and put the rest in the fridge. I know, but the problem is that when I was grocery shopping, I forgot that I'm actually going to be like, I have been traveling so much this year, you guys. It's been literally crazy. I have had so many family weddings, and I'm a bridesmaid in several of them. And so there have been the actual weddings to attend, the bridal showers, the bachelorette parties, like everything. So I've just been not home a lot. And so when I was ordering groceries, I kind of did my typical order, and my typical order is 6 eggs because I can do about 6 eggs in 10 days. But I forgot that March I'm here. I'm going to be here for all of March. And so I only have 6 eggs, and I don't want to boil all 6, but maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I should just boil all 6 eggs and then do another grocery order and get some more sent to me. I think that is what I'm going to do because I'm not going to do a Cobb salad for lunch. I'm sure everybody desperately cares about this information. If you don't, you can just leave. Anyway, I'm going to make myself baked chicken teriyaki. Oh no, wait, but you don't bake that. You put it on the stove. So I'm going to cook, whatever, sear myself some chicken teriyaki. I'm going to cut up an avocado, and that's going to be, and maybe like put that on some of the salad and do like a chicken teriyaki avocado salad situation. Yum. And then while that's also happening, while I'm cooking that, I will also boil some eggs. And then I will put in another order for groceries where I replace my avocado, my chicken, and get a dozen eggs. So there you go. If people care, that's what I'll be doing during the next sprint and the content creation for Instagram for the Wally Smoke Cooks Instagram. Becca says, yeah, with school and this book, I just can come to terms with it going slowly, but it's getting there yet. Hello, I've been traveling, so I'm still reeling from jet lag a bit. Details, where did you go? Did you post about your travels in the travel section of the Discord? It's always my question. Anna says, I finally cleaned out our basement last week and unpacked boxes from when we moved 3 years ago. Oops. Yeah, that's like that like opening scene from The Incredibles, right? Where she's like calls her husband. She's like, we've, just officially moved in. And he's like, oh, and what's been with the other 6 years? And she's like, I just unpacked the last box. So yeah, that always made me laugh. Wendy says, it is not subscription-based and it is the right ink. It's an Epsom with the ink takes. Well, then I am flummoxed. Also, God, I hate that whole subscription thing. That is some seriously dystopian shit. I mean, you don't have to participate in it. That's like the dystopian element of it would be if you were forced to participate in it. Like when they make a law that says you have to do something. But you don't have to buy the printers that are subscription based. And if that was truly an unacceptable situation and nobody bought those subscription based printers, nobody bought into that, then the companies would change their pattern of behavior because they want to sell their stuff. But if they then went to the government and they were like, you need to make a law that tells people they have to buy our printers because every home needs a printer. And then they were like, oh, and by the way, by buying your printer, you're agreeing to be part of the subscription program. That would be dystopian to me. So it's when you take away consumer choice. That's when you're being dystopian to me. Oh, good. I'm glad you appreciate my lunch choices, Becca. I need 6 eggs. That's too expensive. Yeah. Always Beauty and the Beast. Isn't that lady though like covered in children? I feel like 6 eggs isn't enough for her. 6 eggs, like I said, gets me through about 10 days. I'm one person. She was a working mom with lots of little ones. I feel like she probably needed more than that. Maybe she was making a cake or something and like specifically needed 6 eggs. Anyway, it's the beginnings. It's laying the groundwork. In terms of the dystopia, like the frog in the pot kind of thing, where it's like, as you slowly turn up the temperature, the frog doesn't notice until it's boiling and it's dead. That's fair. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. All right. Are people ready to figure out this thing in the next sprint? I know the probability is still exactly as it was last time, but I really do feel like this next sprint's going to be a shorter one, so I'm going to roll it now. And we're going to see. Nope, it's not that short. It's going to be 36 minutes. I don't know. I think 36 minutes is enough time for me to cook my lunch. I feel like I could do that. Can you boil an egg in half an hour? I think so. Oh, man. Yeah. Let's wait though until the top of the hour, just to, not that it matters at all because it's not like we're doing structured sprints. I do feel like we're sprinting a lot though. I feel like we're getting in some good work time today, guys. I'm proud of it. Oh, Becca's going to do lunch too. Neon Moon's leaving. Bye. Thank you so much for coming and for being here. Present, share screen. That's too expensive. I'm getting a lot of work done too. I was thinking about, oh, Grayson has been napping, but is okay now. Lynn says, if it's not long enough, just gaslight us with putting the timer back a few minutes. That's what I did earlier. So yeah, that's true. Wow, I should probably eat as well. Yes, everybody, maybe we collectively make food this sprint. I'll be camera on and I'll just go to my kitchen and I'll be cooking. Yeah, maybe put on some music or something. That'd be nice. Maybe not that awake. Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, I was thinking about this last night, how I really feel like doing these live streams just keeps me so productive, like getting real work done and pushes me to getting work done that because of my anxious personality I would like push off for an unnecessary amount of time. Or even if it was just like in the context of the day, I would wait until the very end of the day, nighttime, I would have stressed about it all day. That's what those scary emails would have been for me. But sorry, just got a text. I think my thing went off do not disturb when I had that call with my friend. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it. The one thing what I'm trying to say is I think I want to make this a regular thing, like very regular. The one thing is that this chair is so uncomfortable and I need to invest in a good writing chair and I am still on the hunt. So if you have any recommendations, please let me know because it's like so uncomfortable for me that I struggle to sleep at night now because I have pain in my back because I'm getting old. So anyway, wow. Okay, there we go. I was like, wow, this is the longest minute of all time. Okay, 36-minute sprint, food sprint. Everybody get going. You know what? That's a little bit on me. I could reduce the volume of the video. How did everybody do? That was such a great sprint. It was like exactly the amount of time I needed. I didn't quite finish eating. I kind of just sat down to eat and had like 2 bites. But I boiled literally 6 perfect eggs. Well, okay, I shouldn't say that. I know I boiled at least 1 perfect egg because I peeled one and opened it. And it was perfect. There was no grayness. There was just like the teeniest. I'm so for real when I say the tiniest little bit of gumminess still in the center, which is like the way I like an egg in my salad and stuff. Because I don't really like super hard boiled. I don't like it when they're totally dried out. So, I'm so pleased. I now know in Colorado at altitude, eggs in tap water on the stove, 19 minutes, done. That's to make my salad egg. And I'm so glad that I know how to do that. I made my chicken. As I showed you, then assembled a salad, like meal type thing. It's not even a salad. It's a salad because it has lettuce in it, but it's like, it's a bowl. It is romaine lettuce, teriyaki chicken, sliced cherry tomatoes, avocado, egg with salt, pepper, and then some ranch dressing. And it is chef's kiss. I'm going to be so well nourished. Yeah. So now that that's done, I think next sprint, really hunkering down on the video because I want to get that out. And I'm going to check my email again to see if I've gotten any updates from my editor agent about what we've been talking about all day. So let's see how everybody did. Wendy, no. Did you go get food? Feed yourself. Madison, sent my email. We'll see if the receiver wants my success or demise. Oh my gosh, what are the stakes here? Tell us. What are the stakes? I need to know. Becca made and ate lunch. Details. What'd you have? I even got a little schoolwork done by watching one of the lessons while I ate. Multitasking. Fantastic. How is school going? Are you still like learning interesting new things? Can you share something you've learned this week? Share with the class something you've learned this week that you felt was applicable to how you're going to market yourself in your books in your future. Let us know. I'm glad to know that we like eggs the same way. Becca, you and me, next writing retreat, we're going to make eggs. We'll boil a whole bunch of eggs right at the start and we'll figure out a way to use them up, all of them, by the end of the retreat. That has really been on my mind recently. I very sadly have been informed that I cannot throw my normal writing retreat in Michigan this year because the cottage where I normally host it has construction work that has to get done in the shoulder seasons, which, totally understandable because I'm so grateful any year that I get to use that cottage. And I get to go to that cottage in the summer anyway, because a bunch of my family go there. So I'll still get to go. I just am sad that I won't get to host a writing retreat. But I've just been, because of that, because I had this expectation of getting to do writing retreat and then can't do it. Now I'm all like in writing retreat mode. I'm like, what's my perfect writing retreat? What's the writing retreat that I'm craving right now? And I've done so many like cabin in the woods, forest, lakey writing retreats. By so many, I mean 3 or 4. Feels like a lot. And so now I'm in the kind of like, seaside beach retreat. That's the vibe, which I think maybe it's also, I think that's what Lynn and Grayson are doing right now, or Lisa and Grayson are doing right now, is a beach writing retreat. So maybe I'm just jealous. Maybe we got FOMO. Madison says, super low stakes email. Me and my email conversant have simply never seen eye to eye and I need a win. Oh my God. Yep. You unknowingly have just pierced my soul over something that, yep, Madison, I understand, is all I'm going to say. Becca had salad, spinach and arugula, tomatoes, roasted chicken, cucumbers with homemade dressing. Oh my God, perfect. What's your homemade dressing? Is it like a vinaigrette? Is it a honey mustard? Hi, gays. How are you? Good to see you. Yes, I call them 8-minute eggs. It works the same as what you did, but you basically just wait until the water boils and then place the eggs in the water for exactly 8 minutes. I had read that, especially at altitude, for some reason, don't ask me to explain the scientific explanation for that. But apparently, especially at altitude, if you put your eggs in already boiling water, it can increase their tendency to crack. So I wanted to avoid that. So that's why I let them come to a boil. But yeah, 8 minutes. I would say it took about 12 minutes for the water. Well, no, because water boils pretty fast here. I don't know how long they were boiling. I just know that from stove turning on to stove turning off into the ice bath was 19 minutes exactly. Me too. Maybe we can convince Jessica to do Chillicothe again. I feel like we could make it happen. Wendy says, I did get food just now, but I'm not sure if it really counts since I poured a bowl of Lucky Charms like a child. I really do this, but today they were just calling to me. Listen to your body. Yep. Yes, we are at the beach. What beach? Dox yourself. No, tell us, at least tell me this. Are you at a tropical beach? Are you at a Pacific Northwest, like rocky kind of beach? Are you like, what's the color of the sand at your beach? What's the current temperature? What's the color of the water? Is it like Caribbean blue? Is it brackish? Let me know. I want to know. Oh, I just got some terrible idea for a Heidi-inspired low cozy fantasy. That doesn't sound terrible. That sounds amazing. Heidi loved that when I was little. I always got so mad. I think her name was Claire, at the little girl in the wheelchair. That sounds so problematic. I always got so mad at her because I felt like she was always so upset with Heidi. And Heidi was just like, I just want to be home. I just want to go home. Like, anyway. I did always like Claire's, I think her name was Claire. I liked all of her clothes. I thought she looked really pretty. But I wanted to be Heidi. I wanted to run wild on the mountainside. Like I said, the one we had was so magical. I just think of all the things that happened to us all right afterward. Like what? I know. Okay, for people who don't know, several people have vlogs about the writing retreat that Jessica hosted in Chillicothe last year in Ohio. And I recommend, Becca, you have one, definitely. Katie Ann has one, and Kate Kavanaugh has one. And I just feel like getting to see, and I guess, okay, I've got one where I do the dumb supper for people. That's like kind of my retreat vlog, but it's just of that one event, is of the dumb supper that I threw for everybody. But there was some juju, very positive, happening in the walls of that house when we all gathered. That was the retreat that I sent off my submission packet to my agent. And then while I was on that retreat, my agent sent it off and we officially went on submission. And like 3 weeks later, I got my offer. I'm trying to think, was Katie... I'm trying to think if Katie already was in talks with her agent at that point. I think, I don't know. Katie had some good vibes coming. She obviously was about to get an agent. Becca, like we all collaborated with Becca on her ideas for the dream guy. And like, it was such a fun night. Everybody just listening to her story and her ideas and stuff, and everybody pitching their thoughts. Like, it was magical. And I mean that not just in, it was a good time. I mean that in that like magic, like there was something happening there. Like we really manifested a lot on that retreat. Yeah, it was really good. Yeah, that's fair. I have to think about altitude all the time. I tried to bake cookies and they came out paper thin and bubbly because I had put way too much leavener in it, and they just expanded crap and then they fall. So now I got rid of some of my baking books and I purchased baking books that are specifically for cooking at altitude, which has really helped. Madison says, wait, lol, I had the craziest troublemakers writing retreat dream last night. Y'all are hacking my brains. What? I'm sorry. I'm going to need details. This is why I've been saying we should add like a dream channel to the Discord so people can be like, last night I dreamt this, this, and this, because I think that stuff is so interesting. And I don't know why I'm arguing as if someone's arguing against it. Everybody has said we should do it. So maybe I should just make it. Gay says he's a retired magician because of an injury. I'm already so obsessed. And she's an apprentice who's not really supposed to be there, but she's very much enjoying the Alps-like environment. And him, wait, what? I'm so intrigued. Please write this. I'm so into this. I'm really into this. Oh, I love it. We are at the Outer Banks. It is 65 degrees Fahrenheit, a grayish navy sea, cloudy. Yeah, that's the vibe though. That's like giving Little Women, a little bit. I've never been to the Outer Banks. I only ever watched one episode of that TV show. But I hear it's lovely. Yeah. I think right now my ideal writing retreat is like Southern Florida, hot, 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 like sparkling blue water, deep blue water. And I don't really feel like Southern Florida gets like Caribbean blue ever because it just, yeah, you're not quite at Caribbean blue. And yeah, just like, oh, that would be so amazing. Anyway, just thought, ooh, I love good vibes. Me too. And when I tell you these vibes were unlike any other vibe, it feels like a real life version of practical magic. It does. Like we collectively cast nice spells on each other for good results, right? It was such an incredible time. Without the murder of ex-boyfriends. Yeah. Maybe. What did we get up to, Becca? What did we get up to? Guy says, girl, I might as well. This project really is being born from the necessity of my unending suffering as a grad student. When I tell you I already said this today on stream, but the first manuscript I ever wrote all the way through was because I was in my hardest semester at university. Like almost 19 credit hours, not a single creative credit hour. It was all STEM. It was like an astronomical imaging class, which was all about data reduction using Python. I was also in a Python coding class in order to do well at the astronomical imaging class. I was in a class that basically told you how to build and operate telescopes. And like that was statistics heavy because that was also the last part of the class was also really about interpreting the data and using statistics. And I was in a evolutionary development class, and it was such an crazy science heavy semester, and I loved it, but also writing was my one way of like staying sane. Because when I tell you that semester I dreamed in code, like I would dream in Python code, which was actually really helpful because a couple of times it helped me solve some of my code. So anyway, Gay says, also, I genuinely need you to start narrating books because your voice is such a calming presence. Oh my God. I almost said offended, but that's not true. I'm so touched because I feel like I'm always like joking about how much I talk because I'm actually really self-conscious about how much I talk. And so I'm very self-conscious about being irritating to people. So thank you. I actually did consider doing that this time when I was first moving out to Colorado. I was in talks. Some of my family members actually know a couple audiobook narrators. And so I said, hey, I'm going to move out to Colorado. I'm going to get settled in. But then once I'm settled in, I want to reach out to these people and basically be like, how do I get into this industry? Because, I was about to go on submission, but I wasn't sure what would happen and stuff like that. And I was like, this would be such a nice way to kind of bring in extra income. And then I got settled in, but then I did video, so I had no time. And then right after video was when I got my editor offer. So I just realized that this was like on my docket of things I was considering doing and then never ended up doing. I did look at like Fiverr and just because it said like to really get into it, you have to have experience. And so I was looking at setting up a Fiverr account so that way I could offer to narrate self-published books at a more like a reasonable price for people who were self-publishing but still wanted to produce an audiobook. But yeah, I never really dove into it because life just got so crazy in the fall. But anyway, thank you. Oh my God, you're also doing coding and statistics. Okay, guys, take this moment and make the decision to write your Magician Heidi book because when I tell you, it will be such a wonderful lifeline to you. And also I really want to read it. So I'm being selfish, but also it's going to help both of us. So Carry forth. Carry forth. This really will be the book that makes it. I believe in you. I believe in you. When I tell you, I wrote the first 100 pages of that old novel in like, it took me 7 months. August, like I started on January 1st. August like 8th was when I hit page 100. And then August 18th, the semester started and I finished the book that semester. Like, whoosh, done. Becca, thank you. Becca, if you need a narrator, I'd love to cut my teeth. Let me know. I know you narrate your own books. Don't you? You narrated Geraldine Talley, didn't you? Am I making that up in my head? I thought you did. Is that an implanted memory? I really thought you narrated your own books. Gay says, you're never irritating. If you have a hater, I will deal with them slowly, probably. Thank you. Violet, you need to go out and, avenge me because Violet is my number one hater. Violet and then Grape Fry. That's my hater numero uno and numero dos are those two. Okay, are people ready for another sprint? I'm going to finish eating during the sprint, and while I eat, I'm going to watch footage and curate my video. Here we go. I have no idea what length to expect. Watch this be like 1 minute. No, that's decent. We're getting all decent sprints. It is 28 minutes. Totally decent sprint size, but not like, not overwhelming. We're going to do the Howling Wolf timer because that's what was recommended to me, not because I have any sort of reason for that other than it was just there. And it's also still a Hex Library timer. We're going to give Jess all of our love. All right. Is everyone ready? Let's go. Gay says, we have work to do and I will make a Pinterest board. Yes, yes, yes. And then even if it's private, share it with me. I'm Mollissimo on Pinterest. I would love to see the vibes. All right. Happy sprinting, everyone. I apologize. I once again forgot to turn down not the temperature, the volume. Thanks, brain. I've turned it down now, so hopefully for the next sprint it won't be so bad. I did well. I fully collected all the footage I think I'm going to include in the video for tomorrow. I checked my email, still no response. So this is what I think I'm going to do. Instead of scripting right now, I think for the rest of the day, I'm just going to like get all of that footage edited to the place where it's like, okay, I want this included in the video. And then tonight I will script the like glue parts of where I like insert myself to be like, and then this is what happened, and then this is what happened. And I'm kind of debating because initially this video was going to be like my whole submission signing journey. But because I have now this vlog footage of back in early November when I was literally making a vlog about like trying to distract myself while on submission. So I have like an entire vlog of that literally is 4 days before I got my offer. I'm not going to include all of the scenes, but I will include enough that it will be pretty lengthy. And so now I'm thinking I should break this up into 2 videos where it's just like, you know, the week before submission, or not the week before submission, but starting from submission to getting the offer basically, and just having that be the vlog / explanatory video, and then having a part 2 that is from like offer to signing, like from like the day that what did I call it? I think I called it from submission to signing, but no, it would be from like the call or the official offer to like signing, and everything that happened to me in between having that call with my editor and like actually signing my contract, because there was several months in between those 2 moments. So there was like I feel like and it was so interesting, you know, just like what happens with contract negotiations and all the other stuff that was happening like during that time we were designing the cover and all of this stuff. It was really cool. And so I vlogged it a little bit, and I think it might deserve its own separate part of the video. So anyway, that's what I'm thinking. Let's see how everybody else did. Becca says, I finished another scene. I think I might finish all the new added scenes today. Then the rest of the week I can edit and line edit. Mwah. Perfect. Perfect. Making pancakes and boiled eggs. What an interesting combination. Hopefully not to eat together. Although I guess eggs and pancakes, it's like that is breakfast appropriate. To me, a boiled egg is not a breakfast egg. It's a lunch egg. Yeah. But you do you. What kind of pancakes? Are we sprinkling some powdered sugar over it? Raspberry jam? Getting fancy? Or going classic? I see the board. And oh my God, this was brain dump. I'm like, kind of like, should I screen share and we go over it together? But no, I won't do that to you. I won't do that to you. Becca says, plus I have 3 betas I'm giving it to, so I may give it to them before line edits just to make sure everything makes sense and I don't need to add anymore. So on this round of your betas though, are you going to ask your betas to keep an eye out just like for line edits? Or like, I mean like copy edits, I guess at that point. Because I know a lot of people who beta in our community, at least that I've talked to, and I know you're doing different beta readers this time, but like I feel like a lot of people, that is actually one of the ways that they really prefer to edit, is like getting into the thick of it and being like, I think this sentence would sound better this way. And that might help you kill 2 birds with one stone. If you're just like, if you have any that you suggest, let me know, you know? I don't know. It's just a thought. Maybe you're already planning on doing that. We love a girl boss. Yes. I'm trying to be very open about the journey because I've been so secretive. I've like really held everything so close to the chest in between like me having an agent and going on submission and then obviously getting the offer and stuff. I was so tight-lipped. until I wasn't, until I started being like, hee hee hee, I have vague publishing news. But yeah, I'm trying to really be open about it because I feel like it was all of the other authors making videos being very open about their process that really helped me navigate my way through it. So I want to pay that forward, which is in my script. I'm glad you want all of it, but I can assure you, you don't. Right now, the non-edited footage without my like intro, outro, and connecting clips for overhead edit clips, right now it's already an hour long. So I guarantee you do not want all this, but especially because the vlog that I filmed was like a day in the life vlog because I was trying to be like, this is me trying to survive while on submission. I'm going to be distracting myself. Like I literally cook an entire meal on screen. I go driving around for errands, and I will like show all that stuff, but I won't show it into the detail in which I filmed it. Like my hope is to get what would have been a 20-minute vlog, its own video of me like being on submission. I'm trying to get that edited down to maybe 3 to 5 minutes as just like a snapshot of this was my mindset before I got the official offer. Because I think it's so interesting. There, like, it's watching it back, watching the footage back, it's just so crazy. I knew something was coming. I like, you know, it's all woo-woo, but I felt like I knew something was coming because I talk about how the first weeks of submission, I was totally fine. And at the time, I just attributed it to I was busy. And so I didn't have time to think about it. And then once video was over, once my bridal shower throwing stuff for people was over, and I could just sit and think, I got really antsy. But I think it was more than that. I knew it was coming. And I was like excited and agitated and just wanted it to happen. And it's just so interesting to watch that footage back because I'm like 3 days out from the news and I'm just so agitated. So anyway, more videos better. Great. Is this a do it to showing your Pinterest board? Because if so, I'll pull it up. You've got 30 seconds to comment that you don't want me to do this because otherwise I will be doing it. Just FYI. Pinterest. I'm going. Am I not signed in? Ugh. No, don't sign up. Sign in. Log in. Come on. I feel like my cookies must have gotten deleted or something because I feel like I've been logged out of a lot of websites recently and I don't know what that's about. Maybe my computer updated. I don't know. Yes, it is. You're telling me I can share screen. I'm going to do it. Did you shared it with me? Notifications. Let's see. What? Are you Exit Hamlet? Preview. Hey, bestie, this is Gaze. Okay, yeah, here's the board. Okay. Oh, I see. Your name is actually, oh, fuck, Exit Hamlet. Let's click on it, and then I'm going to share with everybody. Oh my God. Hold on. I saw a second of it, and I'm already obsessed. Window, Pinterest, share. Here we go, everybody. This is Gaze Heidi Magician Mood Board. Hound's tongue inspo. Will you go into that? Why is that the title? Is that your project title? Oh, this, yes, it's earth tones. It's like grounded, but still fairy tale. It's like real life fairy tale vibes. Oh, yes. I love dried oranges. What is that? Is that popcorn? Oh. Oh, the bread. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, what does this say? When is the right time for anything? Who knows? Living is an art, not a science. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh my God. Sheepy. Berries. Oh my God. Oh my God, gays. We need nature, not the other way around. Oh, snap. It says, the dream of my life is to lie down by a slow river and stare at the light in the trees to learn something by being nothing. I love that. Can we speak in flowers? It will be easier for me to understand. Oh my God, that's cute. Oh, mountain, prairies. Yes. Yes. I love the dishware that you're like putting on here. Like specifically the old grandma cottage tea plate vibes. Are we having a bear encounter in this story? Oh yeah. I do this too. I don't know if this is why you did it, but I also will, for when I'm making a project mood board, I will what am I saying? I will what? Pin pictures of the hairstyles I want my family to wear. Family, my characters. Ooh, that felt Freudian. Oh my gosh, this is incredible. This is better than any project mood board I have ever made. It is so evocative and so like it speaks so much to the tone of the story. Yeah. Yeah. I'm noticing a lot of pomegranates. This is a very like cliche thing for me to assume, but is there a Hades and Persephone like type element to this story, or are you're into pomegranates? Because I feel like pomegranates aren't a mountain meadow thing. You know, that's giving Mediterranean. I guess Granada in Spain is up in the mountains, and that's where pomegranates grow, like the Alhambra. So maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. You're saying yes. I don't know what you're saying yes to. Oh, that it was you. Okay. So houndstong is a type of poisonous plant. It's a type of berry. I do love me some dishes. You did this in 25 minutes. I know. That's amazing. I am very fast and insane. I love this for you. Everybody give gays their props because this is beautiful. This is really pretty. Thank you so much for sharing. I love looking at people's inspiration boards. I find it very inspiring for my own work as well. It's just the colors, but it does touch on like seasons, bring you out different types of emotions, etc., especially with the earth imagery. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. All right. How am I feeling? We've done 5 hours at this point. I still have lots to do, but my back is beginning to hurt from sitting in this chair for so long. This is what I'm saying. This is why I need to get a good ergonomic writing chair, so that way I can like really commit to these 8-hour streams. Just because I don't love streaming from my couch because I feel like it's weird angles and then like I don't know. It's just not my fave. So I might be calling it here, guys. I know it's kind of early. I don't know. Because this is the problem is that I'm like, oh, I'll just end the stream and then I'll go onto my couch and I'll edit the video. But will I? Or will I take a break? Will I watch an episode of Psych? Will I watch Critical Role? Will I go for a walk? That would be acceptable. The one thing that I have to do today is I have to watch the sunset because I was like, oh, yesterday on the stream, I was like, I want to see more sunsets. And now that it's daylight savings time, it sets at a beautiful hour, go up with like some lemonade and watch the sunset. And then after the stream ended, I was like tired from streaming. So I just went on my couch and I scrolled on Instagram Reels and then I like looked up and it was dark outside. And I was like, I cannot believe I just wasted those beautiful hours of my life. Terrible. People are hyping me up. Psych. Thank you for your faith in me. It does sound like a good break. It's not a crime to take a break, but we take breaks. Like my cooking was a break, I think, wasn't it? And I don't know. I'm just thinking about all the people who are out in their 9-to-5 jobs. Like they still have 2.5 hours left of work to do, you know? I love Psych too. I'm currently on a rewatch. Here's a fun fact about me. I have never watched it all the way through. I will say that I am a little confused though, because I've always been like, oh, I've never watched it all the way through. I never make it past like a certain point. But I am well into season 8, which I believe is the last season. I know there are movies and stuff, which I know for a fact I have never seen any of the movies. But let me go on Prime. But I think season 8 is the last season. And I'm like a couple episodes in, and other than one, I was like, oh, I know this episode. Like I'm currently on the episode where they redo one of their earlier episodes. Hold on. Is season 8 the last season? Yeah, it's the last season. So I don't know at what point in season 8 I stopped watching, but I I don't know. But anyway, the whole point is that if you go back and watch some of my earlier videos, not that you need to, I so often mention that I'm doing a psych rewatch, and it's usually about season 6, late season 6, that I end up switching to something else. I'm seeing it all the way through to the end. I'm on season 8. I'm going to finish off the season. I'm going to watch the movies, and I will have finally watched all of Psych and can feel like real when I say it's one of my favorite TV shows, because I've been saying that for years, but I'm also like, it's one of my favorites, but I've never finished it, you know? It's like, but it is one of those TV shows where you don't really need to finish it. It's like, I mean, I'm sure that came off wrong, but it's like, it's a procedural, right? So it's like you can enjoy the show for what it is without knowing how the overarching story ends, you know? Gus is one of my all-time favorite characters. Me too. When I say Dule Hill is like my dream man ever since The West Wing, ever since I Can Fix It, like I have loved this man, and he is perfection on Psych. He's so funny. He Can I? Ooh, hot take. On this rewatch of Psych, I've actually found myself, I know it's meant for humor, but I have found myself getting so annoyed with Sean and wishing Gus was like the main character and Sean was the sidekick. Oh my gosh, there was an episode where like a radio DJ died and Sean was like, "Oh, well, we'll take over the show as we're like solving the murder." And he takes over, and I was just sitting here and I was like, "Ugh, this is annoying. I wish Gus could be the main host." And then Sean's radio show doesn't do well, and so then they do put Gus in, and so then Sean becomes the sidekick. Oh, it was like such a good episode. I love that episode. But yeah, I know it's all for comedy and for humor, Sean's antics, but legitimately, I think he is like the worst person. I used to like love the romance between him and Juliet, but now I'm like, ugh, like, why are you with him? He is such a loser. He is the worst. So anyway, I hope you guys like Psych because I'm really on a rant about it, but it is so good. I have no idea what this is. Is it in relationship with the Nick? I don't know what the Nick is. Psych is a Sherlock Holmes riff type procedural TV show that was really popular from like 2006, I think, to 2014. And I believe those were the years. And it's basically about a police force out in Santa Barbara, California. And there is a consultant who works for the police force. He's a psychic detective, and it's a procedural of the week. But the flip on it is that he's not actually psychic. He's pretending to be, but he's actually just extremely observant and very good at deductive reasoning. And he has a sidekick, the kind of Watson character, who is played by Dule Hill, and his name is Gus. And it like really, that's why I watch the show, is for their humor, their dynamic. Because like the mysteries, they're kind of like whatever. The romance at this point, I'm kind of whatever about it because I don't think he deserves the main girl that he ends up falling in love with. So I really watch for the bromance because the bromance is so fun. I'm excited. I'm excited to watch the movies. I know. I'm so close. I'm so close. Yes, I will. I will. Maybe I did watch the whole thing, but I feel like I would remember the season finale of Psych, or the series finale. I feel like I can confidently say I have never seen the series finale of Psych unless I watched it but blocked it out, because who knows? But everybody says it's like a good ending, you know? So I don't know why I wouldn't remember it. I actually wrote a spec script around season 2 and placed an Austin Film Festival with it. Wait, for like, what does that mean? Spec? Like, as in you wrote a spec script for Psych? That's really cool. Same. Wasn't it the second episode that was the spelling bee episode? I fell in love. Yes. So that, I believe that is the first episode of the second season. No, wait, that first episode of the first season of the second season is when they're on like the American Idol type show. No, you're right. The spelling bee episode is the second episode, because the first episode is like when there's like a rich boy who gets kidnapped. But I think you're right. Is the spelling bee, a judge gets murdered at a spelling bee. I think you're right. Biggest crime a man can do is being a boring ass loser. It is so true. Ah, gotcha. Then no, it's not really in the slightest. This main man should do coke like real outcomes. I'm trying to think. Does he have a vice, like the way that House in the TV show House is like addicted to Vicodin. Does Sean have like a vice? I'm trying to think. I don't think he's like a smoker. He has a motorcycle that sometimes like people are like it's dangerous, but then that kind of stops being a plot point. He has a really interesting relationship with his father. And by interesting I mean negative. Yeah, but it's a really fun show. And even more importantly, it has some of the scariest things on TV. Like it's meant to be a comedy. It is a comedy show, but there is this series, there's like this overarching plot point about this serial killer in their town called Mr. Yang. And it is so scary. Those episodes scare the shit out of me. Yeah. Yes, his immaturity is his vice. That is so true. Becca says, yes, it was an episode of Psych. It's called a spec script, and it's supposed to show if you can write like the show and the characters. Becca. Oh, this is so good. I'd say Sean's vice is his narcissism. LOL. I mean, yes, so true. The amount of times he throws Gus under the bus in severe ways, like severe ways, and then shows no remorse is so offensive to me. So offensive to me. Becca, have you ever are you allowed to like share that spec script and make like a video about that? Because that would be so interesting. I would watch the hell out of that video. Anyway, Gay says, God, I miss when Sherlock movies were guns like not assigned alcoholism at your inability to plug the charger in the first time. Oh man. I will say though, if we're being honest, not that I am a scholar, but I do feel like that second thing that you said is more in line with the original writing of Sherlock. I remember reading Sherlock Holmes as like a required reading in middle school and being like, this guy is kind of a prick. He's like kind of an I don't know it all prick. Yeah. Anyway, loved this little talk about Psych. Do I have it in me to do one more sprint? I don't think I do, guys. I'm sorry. I really think I want to go for a walk or go for a swim. I had meant to do that. So, Becca says, I placed with an episode of Supernatural, House Psych, and Medium. I was on a roll in the 2000s. It got me my job on Ghost Whisperer. Oh my God, Becca, you are the coolest person I have ever met. Make videos for each of these. I'm not even joking. Make videos for each of these, please. Oh my gosh. You know what I wish we could do? I wish we could crowdfund your spec episode. Get Dule Hill, get James Roday, get them out here, not out here, but out to you and film it just for funsies. That would be so cool. Okay, I'm going to go for a swim, and then later today I will keep working on the video. But oh my God, Malin, you're still going. How? Why is everybody so surprised? This is March Madness. That's the point of March Madness. In fact, I was just about to end it because I am a little tired. But like, that you did this today. Devesha did it yesterday. Like, it's March Madness. That's what this is. But not very mad today. We only made it 5.5 hours. I really, my intention is to do a full 8 hours one day. Like seriously. But maybe it would be better if I started earlier, because I do think that this is the part of the afternoon where I just start to kind of crash in terms of my ability to be like live streaming. So anyway, thank you everybody for being here today. I will see you maybe not tomorrow for day 3 of March Madness. And until then, oh wait, that was like I was ending a video. Go be happy, go be healthy, and go right. Bye.